Right, hello. Back again for some more Sveltekit stuff. What we're going to be doing today is probably going to be looking through the new Sveltekit tutorial. Specifically looking at the transitions, the animations, motion kind of stuff. We're going to give that all a little try, see how it goes. So, where are we going to start here? I think we can just swap over to the dev screen. And we'll see, I think that all should be okay. That looks good on there. Maybe move chat. I think for today I'm going to move it across to the right. Because it's less in the way, I think, over that side. Cool. Okay. So the old Sveltekit tutorial is here. And it's going to be in the description of the YouTube video. It's probably, actually, it's in there already. So, this is what we ran through previously. A long time ago. And it's a good system. But it looks like they've now updated it. And it's still a work in progress. But I believe this is going to cover a lot of the interesting features of Sveltekit and Svelte in general. We've got 4 different parts. We've got Welcome to Svelte, Introduction to Sveltekit, then Advanced Svelte and Advanced Sveltekit. So most of this stuff we're probably going to gloss over a bit. It's in the advanced Svelte that we've got the motions, transitions, and animations that I'm kind of interested in at the moment. Because I think those are things that I want to start adding to the websites I'm working on at the moment. So learning how to do them here, and then after the stream ends, I'm going to go and apply that to the websites I'm doing. Yeah, I think we'll probably start with the welcome. We'll just go through a few of these and then we'll probably jump into the transition stuff. So we'll probably just leave this playlist running. Seems okay. And then I think once we've done a few of these, I think the general plan for today is going to be a few hours doing this, and then maybe an hour doing some pixel art to wrap up. So not too long a stream today, but oh, and actually maybe I might even play some of the Ludendare winners. We might get to that. So hopefully that sounds interesting. Yeah, let's get started then. Right, welcome to Svelte. This will teach you everything you need to know to easily build web applications of all sizes with high performance and a small footprint. There's also the API docs and the examples if you want to just start hacking, or you can create your own project with npm init svelte. Oh, I didn't realize npm init works as well. Svelte is a tool for building web applications. Allows you to build up your app declaratively out of components that combine markup styles and behavior. These components are compiled into small, efficient JavaScript modules that eliminate overhead traditionally associated with UI frameworks. You can build your entire app with Svelte using Sveltekit, or you can add it incrementally to an existing code base. You can also ship components as standalone packages that work anywhere. So that's one of the main benefits I see of Svelte in general, is that you can just incorporate into previously written sites because it compiles down to regular JavaScript. On to use this tutorial. Tutorial is split into 4 main parts: Svelte, Sveltekit, Svelte, Advanced Svelte, and Advanced Sveltekit. Okay. And then this editor is quite good. So you've got the code at the top here. You've got the output down here. Let's make sure. We're not on Mozilla here. Have I got something blocked? Maybe ad blocker. Pause on this site always. I don't think there's any ads on this page. Ad blocker might have been affecting that. See, hopefully. I mean, that's the other thing with the work in progress stuff. It says ready. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think it might have been my ad blocker. Okay, Svelte. In Svelte, an application is composed of one or more components. A component is a reusable, self-contained block of code that encapsulates HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that belong together, written into a Svelte file. The app.svelte file, open in the code editor to the right, is a simple component. So yeah, we already know a fair amount of this stuff, so we can put a script tag here. Oh wow, it's got oh, I thought it was doing some it's a little bit of autocomplete. So you can declare variables like this, and obviously it's all updating straight as I type. Or Svelte. Spelled correctly. And then in here we can replace world with our variable name. And then you can see here, like as I type in the numbers, it automatically updates. And you can use JavaScript within these brackets. So we can just do friends, and we can even do stuff like name dot to uppercase is the example here. So the bits in between these braces are your JavaScript execution. And yeah, so dynamic attributes. Our image here is missing a source, so let's add one. And if your variable name is the same as the property name, you can just do shorthand. So here we have our src that we are importing. Of course, it's Rickroll from our image.gif file, which will be in this folder here. And it tells you to add Rickroll. Cool. Next, styling. So you got your paragraph. You can say, okay, let's target our p tag, and we're going to give it some styles of font size, 20 pixels, 200 pixels, do 50 because there's something obvious. Font family, font family. Comic Sans apparently is what we want here. Cool. Nested components. Yeah. We know we've got this. We can open up our script tag and import nested. I'm not going to type it all out. No. Oh, that's my title. I suppose it's a nice idea to encourage people not to do copy paste, but considering we've already done a fair amount of Svelte stuff, not too bad. So what this is saying is we're importing the nested component from our other file here. This is how we tell the HTML that this is where we want our nested component to be put in. And then this is just wrapped in this spot. So when it compiles, it just takes the component here and injects it here in a roundabout way. There's probably some more complexity going on than that, but that's the general idea. Ordinarily, strings are inserted as plain text, meaning that characters like chevron or less than and greater than have no special meaning. But sometimes you need to render HTML directly into a component. For example, the words you're reading right now exist in a markdown file that gets included on this page as a blob of HTML. In Svelte, you do this with a special @HTML tag. Svelte doesn't perform any sanitization. In other words, if you use this feature, it's critical you manually escape HTML that comes from sources you don't trust. Yep. So otherwise you've got cross-site scripting attacks that are available. So, because it's just passing it as a plain string here, if we, didn't want to do that. If we tell Svelte that this string that we're passing has HTML elements in it, then it now uses the strong tags to make the HTML text in the middle bold. Which you can also do with B, but it's advised to use strong. Or italics, like that. Although I think italics is meant to be EM now for emphasis. Yeah. It's weird that you can do an opening tag. It's incorrect. I guess that's not closed at that point if I do EM. But yeah, if we do EM for emphasis, I think you use emphasis and strong instead of I and B, because for certain accessibility reasons, something like something that is bold might not necessarily, I think the way the user can choose to set up strongly styled text can vary from just being bold text. So by saying strong rather than B for bold, it's telling the web browser to render the text in its strong format, which could take into account users' preferences as well. And the same with EM. So emphasis doesn't necessarily have to be italics. It could be italics and underline or stuff like that, based on what users have picked. And I think that's why you're encouraged to use EM rather than I. But yeah, that's next. Okay, reactivity. On button click. So at the moment, our button's doing nothing. We have an increment counter here. We can just say count equals, well, plus equals 1. If I can get the plus equals 1. And we're saying button here on click equals our function increment. And now when we click the button, our count variable is being incremented by 1. And it tells us what to output here. So the text in the button is clicked plus the count variable. And then I don't know why it's on a separate line here. I don't think it needs to be. I guess just for simplicity, you can. So just if it's only one time, just for the grammar. Cool, declarations. So all of this so far is very similar to the original Sveltekit introduction tutorial. So I think what I'm going to do is have just a quick look over what each of the bits are. So declarations is just using the $sign component to tell Svelte that you have something that is dynamically updated. That's fine. Statements. It's declaring reactive values. Also run arbitrary statements reactive. Okay, so this is saying it doesn't just have to be updating a value. You can put everything together in a block, and whenever a value within this changes, this bit is rerun. That's quite cool. So if we say here, we'll put this in. So handle click sets the count off, and then when we get to 10, we get this alert occurring. Now, one of the things I wanted to have a look at. So if we do another reactive element here, but let's say sorry, just want to do those correct. So let's say other variable. We're just going to call this test. Okay. This is going to be annoying. Let's do this as commented out for the moment. So test equals 20, right? And then we'll do another button. On click test plus equals 1. I wonder if I can do this. So this button doesn't increment our test. Is that plus minus? It's meant to be plus equals. Right, and then what we could do is like console. No, well, can we see the console here as well? Doesn't look like we got an option to see console here. So let's do an alert here of test. Right. So click OK here. So if we don't have this noted and we click our button, it's not updating. Oh, because we're not using our let's do $sign here. Test. And we'll put that into our literal string like they're doing here. I believe that's updating the test here. Let's see if test is greater than 25, let's say. Okay, so this doesn't seem to be actually updating. That's good. So what if we do this and have this here? No, I wanted to copy this. Right, now that this is, the test value is updating, it is triggering this. But does it trigger on both of them? We can't, let's do the alert as well. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one is updating. We're still getting both. We're still getting it triggered. So it looks like it's looking within this bit of code for anything that's being updated. Now, if we do take it out of this wrapper, is it looking for the wrapper in particular? So that's being updated, and that triggers the update. Okay. So it's looking to see if any values in this code changes. So the value of the variable. Cool. Okay. It's useful to know. Updating arrays. And it looks for the equals sign. That's the main thing. Okay. Declaring props is export. And that's how you assign values to the export, which we've seen. You can package them up. Yeah. If blocks, else if blocks. Each blocks we've already used. Keyed each blocks is useful. Hey, probably embed. How's it going? Yeah, some more Sveltekit today. So we're just going through the, well, we're having a quick look at the new beta tutorial that's been released on learn.svelte.dev. So the original tutorial was just svelte.dev/tutorial. And then they've done an updated one, but it's still kind of in development. It looks like it's pretty much done to me. But they're saying that there could be some more bits to add or some more bugs. So yeah, this is an example showing that because each thing has things. So thing name equals thing dot name. So because the emojis are set at the initialization, there's a new one, yes. I think mainly because they've done the official release of Sveltekit in December. So Sveltekit 1.0, they were like, okay, we've done a few changes here, so let's update our tutorial and have something ready. Yeah, the tutorials they've done are really good. Like, very logical ways of stepping through things. It gives you a playground to mess around with it, and also it teaches you about edge cases like this. So so if we just reload this, we're saying we've got in our app file, we're importing this component. We've got an array of IDs and names. And if we click the button, then we're just slicing the first item out. Well, yeah, the first item out of the array. Now, our thing component takes in a variable of name, but this name is initialized at this start, like this, the first time this is rendered. I wish some other frameworks did this, like Vue, React, Solid. Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why I really like Svelte is that the documentation for it is so good. Like, they've really put a lot of effort into making it really easy to work with, B, like teaching you all of these edge cases and like giving good resources to use, but also the fact that you can like hot swap parts of code with Svelte, I think is really good as well. So if you're working in React or Angular or something like that, or anything else that has any JavaScript elements in it, you can just make Svelte components because they compile back down into regular JavaScript, and you can replace functions and parts of your big monolithic code without having to start the whole project from scratch, and slowly migrate across to Svelte by just doing modules one at a time. There's probably some little complexities about interacting with other components, but most frameworks will allow you just to write JavaScript as well. So the fact that this compiles down into regular JavaScript is pretty good. Right, so yeah, we're saying on initialization of the component, then our emojis are set. So as the name comes in, we look for the emoji. So element 1 is our apple. Or element 0, I guess, is the apple. Element 1, banana, 2, carrot, 3, donut, and 4, egg. But in our things array, yeah, so it has all this great stuff and it's still one of the smallest. As in, smallest in terms of like site, like compiled size, or smallest in terms of like people actually using it for projects. I think the main thing is because it's so new. Oh, in terms of community, yeah, it seems mental to me. It's always like the highest of, like, in all of the JavaScript, what are they called? Like web dev surveys that they do, it always comes out really high in terms of people enjoy using it for like development experience. It's like one of the best, but I think mostly it's where people for their jobs are told they have to use Angular or React just because the history around both of those frameworks is so much bigger, and in terms of security, IT departments in big companies don't want to take risks, so they're like, look, we know all the security around this old framework. All of our current senior developers know how to use it. We've got all of these procedures and documents that teach new people how to match our coding standards in this framework. So why would I, as a business, take the risk of swapping over to a new framework? And I think that's one of the biggest things, is just like people trying to hold on to the old code base so they don't have to go through and change everything. Which is mental to me. Like, the amount of benefit that they'd see from swapping, I think, is pretty big now. It's going to get to that point very soon, I think like you're saying, that developers are just going to start requesting to do new projects in Sveltekit or Svelte or Vue or some of these other new. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of the case there. I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons why I quit my old job. Because I was getting really excited about using Svelte, and I kept on bringing it up in meetings and stuff like that. And there was a chance that we were going to do a project and I was going to be able to get them to do Svelte. And then they were like, actually, we decided we're going to do what the rest of the European team have knowledge in, and we're going to just do it all in Angular. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to stick for a project in Angular. So goodbye. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can kind of understand the fact that, like, a lot of the back-end IT developers are all like .NET frameworks and stuff like that. So that's where Angular kind of gives a bit of a similar feel, front and back end, if you're using .NET for your back end stuff. But God, yeah, I was previously just doing front end stuff, so I was mostly doing like jQuery and JavaScript and that kind of stuff. So moving from regular JavaScript, and especially when this was like ES6 was just coming in, and there was some really exciting improvements to vanilla JavaScript, and then it was going back into Angular, which I had touched a little bit before but I didn't really know much about. And there was so much like crazy ways of coding, like similar kind of ideas to what we've got in Svelte, but it was like, if you want something that is interactable, you had to do some weird like double curly braces or curly braces with square brackets around them or stuff like that. And I was like, what is going on with this notation? I mean, it kind of makes sense, because it was like, okay, we need to tell the code what we want to be reactive in which directions between components. So some were like, you had to do, I mean, maybe I've kind of like dumped all of that stuff now. I'm leaning a lot more heavily into, I think I'm looking at like a tech stack of Sveltekit, and that's just, I mean, pretty much it, all you need, right? Sveltekit, Pico maybe CSS wise, instead of Tailwind, and probably looking more into the TypeScript side of things, just because in Unity I'm using C# for development there, and TypeScript is a kind of similar experience again. But yeah, it's just, Sveltekit is just so much nicer, just in general. You got a big boy tech stack. 5 to 10 different things in it. Yeah, there's a whole extra stuff of like, I should really be looking at, what's it? What does Sveltekit use for testing? There's some like testing library that gets included, which is called something. Maybe it's Playwright or something like that. Vtest is there, but there's something else that comes up when you make a new project. Let's have a quick look. Ah, Playwright, that's it, yeah. Oh, and Vtest, okay. But yeah, I haven't really looked into that much. So a lot of the time I just do my own manual testing. Right, so what this is telling us is that you can put keys into your each loop. So instead of thing here, we can do, is it thing.id? Maybe it's just ID. And then when we remove, no, that's not it. Oh, it's in brackets. It does tell me on the left, but we don't need the comma. Right, so now instead of, well, before we did that, when we remove, it removes the first item from the array, which is the apple. But in this each loop, we're still seeing the first emoji from our component. So we see the apple emoji still, even though the apple is gone. And basically, it keeps the same numbering here, even though we're removing stuff here. So the way that that's fixed is you pass in an ID for each of your items when it's initialized, so that it knows in this component that each element is tied to an ID. That's probably not right. Add and remove items at the end of the block. Easy to show. It removes the first thing component but the last DOM node. It then updates the name value in the remaining DOM nodes, but not the emoji. This is quite a niche situation. You don't do any automated testing mostly because you don't see the need, don't see the reason when you can send real people to test it. I think it's more useful in bigger projects. Most people's projects are not going to get to the stage where the automated testing is really that necessary. I think the two things you look for is code coverage. So are you writing a load of functions that aren't being used anywhere? So that kind of automated testing is quite useful because people testing your site are not going to be able to see dead code in your projects, right? And then some weird edge cases that people won't think to test. But then you also kind of have to think to test them as well. So yeah, I think mostly it's for the code coverage. And the main reason why you want to get rid of dead code that you're not using. So let's say you wrote a function on the off chance you wanted to capitalize something, but you don't ever use that capitalized function. Then you have just code sitting in your project that isn't used, but could potentially be security risks in the future. So it might be completely safe now, but techniques come along that manipulate different parts of the code that people think are safe. And it's a less of an attack surface when you've got less code. I think that's one of the main advantages of the automated testing. But that's from a very naive approach to learning about that. So there's probably a lot more useful information that you can get out of it as well. But yeah, I think I'm like you. If I'm just doing my own websites and doing a few like commissioned sites, most of the time I can just test it manually. But so this is all good, and then awaiting promises, that's all fine. Events, so mouse move, just taking in our different DOM events here. There's some great video you watched from a YouTuber called Theo that explained why at least he and most people shouldn't unit test. Most of the time you do it, there's no point. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think really a lot of unit tests and stuff like that are either for some more serious projects. If you're handling sensitive data or stuff like that, then maybe there's a case for it, just to show your due diligence of like what you've been doing. Or it can be also quite useful as teaching tools. So if you've got new people joining a team and want to explain why you've done a certain layout of your code, it can be useful to see what you're testing and the results of those tests. But yeah, I'd agree. So inline handlers, also declare inline handlers, quote marks up. Compiler will always do the right thing, whatever form you use. So what is this different? This is exactly the same. Oh, it's just, yeah, they've put the arrow function within the HTML on move here rather than in the script tag. I don't think I'm ever going to do this version, just because I'd rather keep the HTML as tidy as possible. I feel like this is a lot tidier. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that was one of the main things that attracted me to Svelte in the first place. Was I think Rich Harris as the team, or basically he was developing it, right? I don't know if there was much of a team when he was doing Svelte, but he used to go around to other frameworks, like comments, where they were trying to show off their speed of execution and their performance and their what's the term? Basically their end like file sizes. And he used to comment and add in, he'd do the same test that they were doing in their like Medium article and give the results of the Svelte same Svelte component. Yeah, bundle size, that's what, yeah. So he'd give the Svelte results of the exact same test that the author was trying to show, like why React was so amazing or why like Ember or Vue was so amazing. And he just like comment with Svelte like completely outperforming all of those tests. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was necessarily Medium, but I remember it coming up with lots of in lots of situations where it was like, oh yeah, this is really good. You've improved from like Angular's 20 kilobyte, 20, yeah, let's say like 200 kilobyte size down to 100 kilobyte size, but Svelte is only like 3. It's like, okay, yeah. maybe this is a framework worth checking out. Right, so event modifiers. Oh, just adding in like the once, prevent default, all that kind of stuff. Oh, wow. Does things automatically. Fires the handler during the capture phase instead of the bubbling phase. Okay. Only runs once. Only trigger handler if event.target is the element itself. It's cool. Component events. Components can also dispatch events. To do so, they must create an event dispatcher. So update the inner with a dispatch message saying hello. You can't do it later. This links dispatch the component instance. Notice the app component is listening on the messages dispatched by inner. I think this is more complicated stuff that we're not going to get to anytime soon. So I'm not going to bother too much looking at this kind of stuff. The main thing I wanted to look at today, to be honest, I will run through this full tutorial at some point. I think especially once they release it fully. But one of the things I wanted to look at was motion and transitions and animations for our CSS stuff. Because I think this is the kind of stuff that really adds the polish to people's websites. It's like having just some small animations, some small transitions, not going overboard, because that just starts making it seem crazy. Like, you don't want too much going on a website, but having a few things that like fade in or like have a bit more control on animations. So like for instance here, rather than going up immediately into the different values, yeah, the built-in animation library, that's the thing. I've seen examples of it and it looks incredible, but I don't have a good understanding of it. So that's why I wanted to just have a look at this in a bit more detail. So tweens, covered the basics of Sveltekit. So let's start by changing the progress store to a tweened value. So rather than import writable from Svelte store, yeah, so we want to make this motion and we want to make this tweened. Tween like this. And we say clicking the button causes the progress bar to animate to its new value. It's a bit robotic and unsatisfying. We need to add an easing function. So yeah. So now it has an animation to go to its new values. And I assume it's got a duration on this. So bigger changes happen more rapidly and little changes are slightly slower. So it looks like it's about maybe just about a second. I don't know if we can see that anywhere. I don't know what the default duration is, but what we can do is also add easing, and where we set this tweened value, we tell it that we want to set a duration, which will do, okay, 400 seconds, 400 milliseconds. And we specifically want to use an easing of cubic out. And I like to add an end comma. Where was... I'm sure I took a... a bookmark of something I was doing the other day with the different tweening values. There's a really good transitions page. Here we go. So these are the different transition options. And I thought this is a really good idea of like seeing what each of the different patterns do. So let's put this about 4 seconds. So we can really see what's happening on each one of these. So linear is just going like straight back and forward, no change in speed at all. Back in and back out overshoots a little bit on both sides. Just give a bit of flow. Back in is just at the start of the animation, but then comes to a complete stop at the end. It doesn't overshoot. Back out just does the overshoot at the end, which I think is a bit more normal than either of these other two. These back in and back in out kind of are a bit of like a wind up for the motion. Bounce out is just at the end, gives this bounce animation, which is again quite cool. Bounce in and out gives a little bounce at the start, so it's almost like it's trying to build up momentum to start with to get across the other side. It has a bit of a weird stop in the middle though. But there's obviously going to be different use cases for a lot of these, and it will make sense for quite a few things. Cubic seems to be a good one to go for. Doesn't really overshoot any marks. It's kind of like a slow ramp in. And there was somewhere where you can see what the graphs look like. And I think quint in and out is pretty similar to cubic. Let's see, easing visualizer. Let's see if any of these show. Yeah, here we go. So not quite. So this, I think, is cubic. Would make, I think, the power 3. And quint should probably be power 5, right? So basically all we're saying is increase the acceleration at the start and deceleration at the end as you go up in the powers. Forgot about green sock. Need to learn that. What is green sock? I just literally found it from searching here, but let's see. What's green sock? JavaScript animations for the modern web. Might have a look at that at some point. Oh, it helps you with your animation paths and stuff like that. That's cool. So elastic does some overshoot. Bounce does some. Yeah, it does this weird delay here. Animation library, it has a thing that triggers animations while scrolling. Okay, that's cool. Rough is just like some crazy steps. Yeah, maybe I might have a look into that. Here we go. In out cubic. In out quint. Yeah, so quint is just a steeper version of cubic. God, there's loads of people have made loads of helpers for all this kind of stuff. Right, what are we looking at here though is ease out cubic. Swell easing module contains the Penner easing equations. We can supply your own P to T function where P and T are both values between 0 and 1. So this is a much nicer setup. If we get rid of the easing, yeah, it's just very robotic. But if we bring it back in, you can see it does. You're a cubic out like a. I think it looks nice, yeah. Even in outs should be alright. But all of them look way better. It's just a way of having a bit of polish onto a website. Springs. Spring function is an alternative to tweened that often works better for values that are frequently changing. In this example, you have two stores, one representing the circle's coordinates, yep, and the other representing its size. Let's convert them to springs. So at the moment it's storing here. If we click, we get a bigger size, and then the stiffness and the damping. So damping keeps it tracking on us more, right? Or are we not using these? I don't think we're using those stores yet. Right, so we convert this to a spring from Svelte motion instead of Svelte store. And then we're doing springs here. Then we got a decent follow along here. So we have no damping. It just like never settles. But we have one damping, then it just comes directly to our mouse point and then stops. Doesn't overshoot. And then stiffness is like how quickly it snaps to your mouse. So 0 plays a bit of chase up. I wonder if you could do. Here's our controls. Here's our circle. Can we do an on mouse over? Ooh, mouse over? Hover, maybe? I don't know if we can do this. Let's see if that works. No, hover. On mouse down it says the size. Mouse up changes the size. Maybe what we can do instead of that is in here. We say if, can we do, I'm not sure we can do this. If on mouse over, it might not be in this function, in this environment here. Wait. I think I've got to reload it. Wait. There we go. Let's go back one. So maybe here, can we do on this circle on mouse over? And then we want to actually, let's do size dot set 100. Oh wait, it's reset it, hasn't it? Spring. I'm just immediately thinking like this felt like a lot like a yeah, triggered it a few times there. It immediately felt like a wave defense game. Like wait, if we turn damping down and stiffness down. On mouse move, we do this. It doesn't like that. Let's see if we just cut it. What have I done wrong here? Right, I can't just have this here though. Oh, wait, that looked like it worked. So yeah, look. So, what I was thinking of a game like Vampire Survivors or something like Bullet Hells where the enemy is tracking your player. Let's do stiffness lower. And yeah, you can have it that it's following the player around as they're moving around. And then when it catches up and overlaps, that's your trigger for taking damage. And you could do that just with this kind of setup, which is mental. Like this mouse over function, we would just do it to change the size of like a health bar or something like that. I was thinking you could probably do an in-browser, quite highly performant, like bullet hell kind of thing. Probably be a little bit complicated, but it doesn't look too bad. And just by having these different values, you can set different enemies. You have an idea for a game, but it would take forever to make. What is in like a web-based game like this, or just a game in general? Right, let's set the stiffness really low. I just like the idea of it like slowly following you the whole time. So you can't rest at all. But anyway, getting distracted here. Right, up next, transitions. This is what we were really looking for. So we can make more appealing user interfaces by gradually transitioning elements into and out of the DOM. Svelte makes this very easy with the transition directive. First, import fade from Svelte transition. Web-based, thinking of a game like Welcome to the Game, but as an MMO instead, where instead of getting hacked by an AI in the game, you're getting hacked by real people. What? It's just that, because Welcome to the Game isn't like a scary enough scenario, you want to bring real people into this. So have a way for people to interact with other people's instances of, so basically like cross-site scripting attacks, but in like an allowed format. It reminds me a bit of there's a website called Hack This Site. I think it's called Hack This Site. It's designed to teach you some ideas about hacking. So it gives you these challenges to try and you have to log in to create an account. But the basic challenge is pretty much like it gives you a username and password form to fill in, and if you inspect the HTML in the password form, there's like a script tag that's comparing your input to a plain text password, and that's like your basic to set up, and then realistic and so on takes the steps into more difficult challenges. Did I also see that there's new versions? Oh no, it's just people looking for the results. Like, you give the game its own programming language and a version of the World Wide Web, but entirely content. Ooh. Oh, I can see why you say it would take forever to make. That sounds really interesting, though. Okay, so import fade from Svelte / transition. Transition. And this should be wrapped like this. Okay, and then in our P tag, we add a transition fade. Oh, fade. And then, where's our checkbox? Oh, if we add in semicolon, what have we done wrong here? Import fade from Svelte. Maybe we've got to refresh this. There we go. Okay. If you kind of like its own web operating system, and you can make programs for the operating system, but they could be viruses that ooh, that sounds like a really interesting game. And also, it's like it'll be a really interesting thing to set up to help people test out ideas for cybersecurity as well, without it being too risky. So now that we've got our fade transition on this P tag, as the status of it changes, we just have a fade in and out effect on it. And then we can add parameters onto our transition. So instead of fade, we're now going to use fly. And as part of the fly transition, we pass in parameters. Why double braces? So Y200 Duration 2 seconds. I think you'll do it eventually. It'll be fun to at least make it as a project. Yeah, it sounds like a nice idea. I do agree it sounds like a very big project, but I suppose the idea will be to cut it down into like a little demo section, and then you can add in complexity as it gets more crazy. Although it could be one of those cases where actually it's just a case of setting up some simple rules on how the programming language works, and then the complexity comes from the players themselves as they develop more and more interesting programs in your language. But I think writing a programming language itself is quite a mammoth task. Right, so now it fades in and out, but flies off the screen over 2 seconds. But when you change it, it knows where it was in the animation and returns, which is crazy. Realistically, you probably would just have Lua with custom variables. Okay. I don't know enough about Lua to know if that makes it easier or not. Right now, in and out. Okay. So rather than transition, you do an in and out separate. Flies in and fades out. So we're importing fly and fade from our transitions. We want to fly in and fade out. So now it fades out and then it flies in. In this case, the transitions are not reversed. So if you try and trigger it in between, obviously it can't do it in between. Lua is easy to put into pretty much anything. There's even JavaScript. Ooh. Because I know for the Pokemon randomizer that I do on Saturdays, a lot of the scripts run Lua for like the tracker that helps out with identifying moves and stuff like that. So maybe it could be something to look into as well. What have I not done? Oh, just some spacing. So cool. Then custom CSS transitions. Wait, where are we here? Okay, so there's a few transitions and then there's one animate. Okay. I think what we'll do, we'll get through these parts of the tutorial and then we might swap over to do a bit of pixel art. Right, Svelte transition module has a handful of built-in functions, but it's very easy to create your own. By way of example, this is the source of the fade transition. So fade takes in a node and an object, and what we're doing, we're getting the opacity of the node and we're returning opacity changing over time. Oh, it's just going to explain it here. The node to which the transition is applied, so in this case was the PE class, and any parameters that were passed in, and returns a transition object which can have the following properties. So we have delay, duration, easing, CSS, and tick. Okay, so delay in milliseconds before the transition begins. Duration is the length of the transition. Easing. So an easing function, yeah. So that's where our tweening can come in. So CSS takes in time and U. What's U? U is equal to 1 minus t. To give out CSS. Okay, so you don't really need to use U. This is just in case we want to do an inverse. So where this is fading out, if we wanted an inverse, we could use U to change a different value as we go. And tick, function that has some effect on the node. Okay. The t value is 0 at the beginning of the intro or the end of an outro, and 1 at the end of an intro or the beginning of an outro. So t is our basically how far through the duration have we got. Or yeah, it doesn't take into account delay. I think this is just into the duration by the looks of it. Most of the time you should return the CSS property and not the tick property, as CSS animations run off the main thread to prevent jank where possible. Svelte simulates the transition and constructs a CSS animation, then lets it run. For example, the fade animation generates a CSS animation somewhat like this. So as you go through the opacity percentage, so as the percentage increases, the opacity increases proportionally. We can get a lot more creative though. Let's try to make some truly gratuitous. Make something truly gratuitous. So let's see if we follow along here. So we already have fade. So if we're going to add in our elastic out easing from Svelte easing, slash easing, and let's put the right comments here. Oh, actually, let's just copy this a second and we'll reset it. And at the moment it just fades in and out. Okay. Oh, luckily that's kept that. Okay, and then we're saying we have a spin function here. And where our CSS we're gonna return a function on here. So const eased equals elastic out as a function of time. And we're going to return on this arrow function this whole setup. And we're going to run through this once we've typed it all in, I think. Well, really, that should be on the line above. So what we want to return is transform scale eased rotate. I'm just copying this word for word at the moment. I suppose I could just copy and paste it, to be honest, but eased times by 1080 degrees. Color HSL, and our HSL is going to be some crazy rainbow effect here. No, just this. Math.trunk t times 360. And then same again. Let's just do copy, copy, copy. Close that. Semicolon, close this. And then these are going to be percent based outputs. So we got t times 360. We got t, math.min. And we're giving it a min between 100 and 1000 minus 1000 times t. And then this value is math.min 50 500 minus 500 times t. Right, what's it not liking here? Constant ease out elastic t, return this, close brace, close brace. Unexpected token. Spin node duration. Return duration CSS. Oh, we don't have an... This shouldn't make any difference. This can be wrapped in brackets because the only difference there is you don't have to include the parentheses around your parameter if it's only one parameter into the function. Select visible true. Import elastic out from Svelte easing. That all looks good. Import fade from function spin. Node duration. Open brackets. Return duration CSS t. Const eased equals elastic out. It's a function of t. Return transform scale eased, rotate ease times 100 and by 1080, color HSL open brackets, and then the 3 values for HS and L. That looks to me like it's exactly the same. Spin has a duration. So what have I missed here? I can just click solve, but I'd rather figure out what I've done incorrect. Oh, there's no closed brace here. Yeah, there we go. It's missing this one. So that was closing our CSS return. So now, what do we think is going to happen? So when we click visible, it's just going to fade out. But when we enable it again, we're going to do the spin function over a duration of 8 seconds. And the spin function transforms the scale based on eased. So the size of this is going to change. And it's going to start small. And using elastic out. So what was our elastic out transition? Let's see if we've got those examples again. Using functions, visualizations. Let's see if we can predict what it's going to be. So elastic out is going to look like this. Let's increase our duration here so we can see it in a bit more detail. Okay, so the size of it is going to explode up to a point. And then it's going to shrink back down to bounce around the final resting size. So it's going to go from a very small scale up to bigger than it is now and settle around this size. And at the same time, it's going to rotate by 1080 degrees, which is what, 360, 720. So 3 full revolutions of a circle. It's going to spin 3 times. But this is also eased, so it's going to overspin and then spin back as well. So it's going to do 3 rotations and then spin back a little bit. No, 3 rotations and a bit more, and then spin back and settle around the 3rd rotation. And at the same time, the color is going to change. And I don't know enough about HSL to be able to tell you what the actual color variations are going to be. But this is the hue. So the hue is going to rapidly change through the 360 degrees as a function of time. So it's just going to change colors with that. The saturation is going to be a minimum of 100, but maximum of... Okay, so it's going to start at 1000 and it's going to drop down to 100 and then stop. And then this L, whatever L it is for. HSL is a little bit scary, but luckily VS Code does most of it for you, right? So let's see if I open up Pico, for example. This is normally how I do HSL, because I think HSL is the preferred version in your code, but you can just click on here and it translates. So if you know what it is in hex, you set your value in hex, hover over it and click here, and it automatically does the changes for you. And I'm like, yep, let's leave it as is. But it's hue, saturation, and some lightness, maybe? I use Tailwind. Yeah, fair enough. HSL. Not furniture. CSS. Hue, saturation, and lightness. So yeah, the hue is the angle around the color wheel. So we're going to start at red and go around to magenta in the same order. We're just doing it by time, so there's no overshoot, there's no easing. Saturation is, so it's going to start grayish pastelly and then go up to here. And then lightness, 100% is white, 0% is black, 50% is normal. So it's going to get darker over time. It's going to start bright. Wait, no, 500 minus 500 times t. Yeah, because t is going to start at 0. So it's going to start the lightest and it's going to end up darkest. Right. So hopefully, yeah, we got a fade out correct. So, spin scale, too big. Well, that kind of... I don't know why it's settled at white though. Why is it settled at white at the end? Does that make sense? Because the color is not set anywhere. So t times 360. So we would have come all the way back around to red. Math.min will end up at 150. So I think we end up at let's see, 0 degrees. Is it 100% that we end up at? How do we get 1000% to start with? That shouldn't work, right? Oh no, wait. We're getting the minimum of these two values. which to start with is going to be 100. And then as we get towards the end of the animation, so T has to be like 0.9 at least. And it will start pulling it down towards 0. So we end up with 0. So we're going to be 0, 0, or 360, 0. And then this will be 0 as well. We're starting at 50 and we're ramping down to 0 towards the very end of the animation. So we're going to get 0 on our color wheel, 0 saturation, and 0 should be black. Right? Yeah, it should be black. 0, 0, 0. Am I getting this right? 500. No, so it starts at 50. And as T goes from 0 to 1, this goes from 0 up to 500. So this value goes down to 0. So the min of these two values would be 0. So it should end black as a color. Which it does, but then it switches back to white. Why does it switch back to white? Maybe this takes precedent. Right, let's say color red. Does it still do? No, this is overriding the whole time now. I'm surprised at that result then. I would have thought it would stop at black, but something's resetting it. Which may be something else in the code that we're not seeing. So that's all okay. Well, I think we got that correct though. So let's see, as we fade in, we should get 3 full rotations plus a bit more due to the... Oh, it's going to be very difficult to see that happening. Let's see, we just did 360 degrees. That should be 1 rotation, but it will overspin. Yeah. Cool. So up next, custom JavaScript transitions. Well, you should generally use CSS for transitions as much as possible. There are some effects that can't be achieved without JavaScript, such as a typewriter effect. Oh, it's just going to let me... It's just going to let me do it. Right, okay. So this is our new code here. In our return? Not in our return. So transition typewriter calls this typewriter function. Valid equals nodes.child nodes.length 1. Okay, there's a few properties here that I don't quite understand right now, but apparently on this node input, which is our p tag, I think, we're looking at child node not length. So if we did hello here, does that count as a separate transition? Okay, let's have a look. So we're saying text equals node const text equals node dot text content const duration equals text dot length over speed times 0.01. And then in our return, we are returning a duration, and we're returning tick t, And actually, we don't need brackets around here. Although it's good practice, I think, to always include the brackets. Just because then it doesn't change from function to function. Right, so this is an arrow function that takes in the time parameter from our transition. And we're returning a variable I, math.trunk. I think trunk just removes any decimal places. I'll have to double check that just to make sure. Actually, let's just check that now. Math.trunk. Yes. Integer part of a number, removing any fractional digits. Yep. So it's like round down. Yeah, it ignores whatever it's closest to. It's just always round down. Oh, it's not always round down. It rounds to negative numbers. It's going to round up. Yeah, okay. So we're doing math.trunk text.length times time and node.text content equals text.slice 0i. Right, so what is this function going to do? We're going to, based on the length of the text in the text box, we check if it's valid input to start with, and then we set our duration of the animation, of the transition animation, based on the length of our text, which is this text here, divided by the speed times 0.1. Okay, so this is speed in seconds, this is speed in milliseconds. That's all that's doing. Okay. I think 0.01. No, it's not quite. Because I think milliseconds would be 0.001. Anyway, not too fussed by that bit. So we're returning to the transition, the duration, and this tick function, which says over time t, we're gonna count up along the length of our text and return the first so many characters of our text content. I mean, it's a big clue in the fact that it's called typewriter, but this is what I'm reading, is that it will, up to the first proportion, when I equals 1, we'll just see the T, and then we'll see TH, and then THE, and then the space, and just as the time increases, we get more and more. I becomes a higher and higher integer up to the length of the text, which will be the whole text. So it will type out like a typewriter. Okay, so what's this valid? Transition only works with elements with single node chart. So is this if we try and nest a span in here, maybe? Is it not like that? Yeah, now it breaks. Because we've got two child nodes here. And it's not the span tag breaking it, right? If we put span tag outside all of it, now our node type is not text node, I'm guessing. So that's why it doesn't like that. And then this works properly. Cool. Right, transition events. What have we got left? Slowing down a little bit, and this can be useful to know when transitions are beginning and ending. Svelte dispatches events that you can listen to like any other DOM event. This is cool. This is what I'm kind of looking for in the site that I'm building at the moment, because I want a transition to occur as you load, as you first land on the page, and then also once that transition's finished, for another transition to continue after it. So basically I want the splash page, the landing page for the site, to draw out the logo quite big in the middle of the screen, and then for that to shrink and move up to the logo position top left corner. So that will be what I want to try and use this kind of stuff for, and that's why I'm looking into these today. So transition fly. Okay, so in our P tag here, Svelte dispatches events that you can listen to like any other DOM event. So on intro start, on outro start, on intro end, on outro end. Okay. So here in our transition, we can say on intro start. So I'll be looking at intro end animations, I think. We're going to change the status to intro started. And then let's just copy this a few times. Right, so this is on outro. This is going to be outro started. And on intro end. I'm guessing these are built-in names that we're using here from Svelte. Outro, this is going to be ended and ended. Right, so at the moment we've got status waiting, which is our default state, and then outro started, outro ended, intro started, intro ended. So we have events that we can search for. Cool. Next, oh wait, actually, what did that solve do differently? Oh, it just wrapped these in brackets as well. It doesn't make any difference. It's just a style choice there. Local transitions. Ordinarily, transitions will play on elements when any container block is added or destroyed. In the example here, toggling the visibility of the entire list also applies transitions to individual list elements. Instead, we'd like transitions to play only when the individual items are added and removed. In other words, when the user drags the slider. Right. So at the moment, when we drag the slider, we see this open and close. But we also see them all open and collapse at the same time here with the show list, right? To achieve this, we can achieve this with a local transition, which only plays when the block with the transition itself is added or removed. Okay. So on our slide here, we want to say local. So this is just an extra setting on these events so that when new tags are added and removed, we have that animation for the transition, which in this case is our slide transition. So it slides into place. But when we show and hide, it's just immediate. I mean, personally, I think I'd probably have this version. I think this is more interesting. But that's just me. Cool. Key blocks. Key blocks destroy and recreate their contents when the value of an expression changes. This is useful if you want an element to play its transition whenever a value changes, instead of only when the element enters or leaves the DOM. For example, we'd like to apply typewriter transition. You like the accordion more than the... Yeah, I think the disappearing immediately, although it's used quite a lot, I think it's a little bit more jarring for the user. For example, we'd like to play the typewriter transition from transition.js whenever the load message changes. Wrap the P element in a key block. Okay, so this changing here looks like if we load this, the first time it's going to type out using the typewriter function. No. Oh, because the element is not entering or leaving the DOM here. This P tag is always here. And it's just the message that's changing. Right? So we're saying what? This is saying if we type in key I and we close our key block here, then each time the message changes, the whole P tag here is destroyed and redrawn, which then in turn applies the in transition effect of the typewriter. So we have here that we can speed up and slow down. It's quite a cool effect. So we're here. Oh, let me just put some more music on. Let's go for Game Chops this time. We might try NCS releases at some point as well. That looks like quite a good playlist. But I need to update my my descriptions to reference them. Okay, so our typewriter is still the same as our previous one. This is exactly the same content as before. And then these are our messages that we're cycling through. So what's happening here is this onMount command, which we skipped in previous parts of the tutorial to come through to this. So it's not really going to be that nice to step through. But we are saying clear interval. So I starts as -1. And then on the mount of this app component, we run this function, which says we start a set interval timer that every 2.5 seconds, we increment I by 1 and we modulate it against our messages.length. So that allows us to count up to the number of messages we have and rep round and restart each time. So here, if we change this down to a lot lower interval, we should see that the text changes more quickly. So that's what that set interval timer function is doing. Just every time that the timer elapses, we run this function, which is just incrementing our I and changing the I value. I don't know why we've got a return. This stops our interval entirely. And this is telling us whenever I gets updated, we change the content of our p tag to be our messages I, so the point in the array of messages that I has counted up to so far. This is quite a nice way to loop back through an array continuously. I haven't thought of this before. I'd normally do something like if I is greater than messages.length, or like -1, I think you have to do, then I equals 0 and all that kind of stuff to reset the counter. But actually modulating it is quite a nice idea. I think this is a modulo, isn't it? Right, and then this key here. Why are we passing in I to the key is what I'm wondering about. I wonder if we put in a button here with an on-click event, which is just going to be a function, handle click, count up, and close out a button. And then it's going to fail because we don't have our count up function. So let's say function handle click, and this is going to say O plus equals 1. Right, so now I is changing every 2 seconds because of this set interval. Let's make that quite a little bit longer. Let's make it 4 seconds. So it starts off empty, and then every 4 seconds this message is going to change. But because our key will destroy and recreate the P tag whenever O changes, and our handle click is going to increment O. So we should really have a let O. Let O equal O equal 1. O's not a great name for this, but it's just for testing this out. So when we do this, it should manually destroy the P tag and use the when the P tag is redrawn, it will then apply the in transition, which will run the typewriter. So we'll wait for a change and then we'll click it. And that we can manually trigger, and this is separate running the, so this is telling Svelte what variable to track for changes, and whenever that tracked variable changes, it deletes the contents and redraws it. So it's like a refresh block within a section, which is quite interesting an idea as well. Because if we want to reset a component to its default value, this might be a way to do that. Cool. Deferred transitions. Particularly powerful. Wait, how much more have we got? We got this, and then how big is the animate directive? Not too bad. Right. We'll do these two, then we'll do maybe a little 10-minute break just to do some break away from the screen. And then when we come back, we will do a little bit of pixel art. I don't know what we're going to draw, but we're going to draw something. Right, transitions. A particularly powerful feature of Svelte's transition engine is the ability to defer transitions so that it can be coordinated between multiple events. Take this pair of to-do lists in which toggling a to-do list sends it to the opposite list. In the real world, objects don't behave like that. Instead of disappearing and reappearing in another place, they move through a series of intermediate positions. Using motion can go a long way towards helping the user understand what's happening in your app. We can achieve this effect using the crossfade transition, as seen in Transition.js, which creates a pair of transitions called send and receive. Okay, so we're exporting from this JavaScript file, send and receive transitions. Okay, some crazy duration calculation, fine. With a fallback, transforming the scale. Wait, what's happening here? Transform equals style.transform if it's none blank, otherwise style transform. A few more comments around what's happening here might be useful, but I suppose it's not the point of this tutorial bit. So style gets the style from the node that we've passed into this transition effect. And then we're saying over 6 milliseconds, we're going to set our scale. It's going to change based on the time. Oh. Yeah, this is a little step too far for me at the moment. We'll continue reading it. We'll get the idea of what's happening, but just following along, like word for word in the code is a little bit iffy. Okay, when an element is sent, it looks for a corresponding element being received. Okay, and generates a transition that transforms the element to its counterpart's position and fades it out. When an element is received, the reverse happens. If there's no counterpart, the fallback transition is used. Okay. Open the to-do list.svelte. First, import send and receive transitions from transition.js. So, import send and receive from transition.js. Right. Then add them to the label element using the to-do ID property as a key to match the elements. So in our label element here, we're going to give it an in transition, which we're going to call receive. Receive. And this is going to take our key to match them up of do.id. Right, and then we're also going to do an out transition, which is going to send to the corresponding receiver. Key do.id. So when transition name cannot be empty. We might have missed something, but we'll continue. Oh, there's no space here. Okay. So, what am I going to expect to happen here? For each store.filter, oh, we can't see all of this stuff. Here's our writable store. Oh, here we go. Here's our store. And our to-do list has a filter. So filter takes in a function to pass into the filter, which maps against our store array. Right? Create to-do list. So this array will be mapped against the function here, where elements are done or not done. So this first list is not done, and the second list is done. This is where the issue comes that I skipped all the Sveltekit stuff and some of the other parts of this tutorial. I need to look into stores and writables. But that's not too bad. We can get a rough idea of what's happening here. But we're saying when a label is added to this each loop, as it animates in, we look for a receive. We look for a corresponding element being animated out that has the same ID. So this tells us to look for this element that's coming across. Which allows us to animate between the two lists. Wait, has it got... Oh, there's an X here that you can't see. I'm guessing. Yeah. Which... Okay. So if I add in a new one, test this code, there shouldn't be... We should be animating in, but there won't be an out that's being sent. So there'll be a receive. Now, as we animate in, it will try to receive from a corresponding send out. But because there isn't a send out happening, because it's a new element being added, it will do the fallback in animation and in transition. So it just falls back to this fallback here. Okay, right. So send and receive do a crossfade against each other, right? Oh, let's not do that. But if there isn't a corresponding element, it falls back to this, which does a scale in from nothing and opacity in from nothing. So that's why it grows in size and solidifies in opacity, right? So let's just do another test. So that's what we see going there. And if we close it out, we're then doing a fallback out animation where T starts at 1 and scales down to 0. So that's why we get the inverse when we close out these items. But if we select it, it has a corresponding space to put it. And there's some other magic going on here as well, but that's the main point of this setup here. Cool. Right, animations. I'm going to have to look into that in a bit more detail, but in the previous chapter we used deferred transitions to create the illusion of motion as elements move from one to-do list to another. To complete the illusion, we also need to apply motion to elements that aren't transitioning. For this, we use the animate directive. First, import the flip function, stands for first, last, invert, play. From svelte animate into dolist.svelte. Okay. So we're going to put in here, import, flip, from svelte / animate. Okay. And then we add it to the label elements. So animate label in out, animate flip. Oop. No space. I've got to get used to not putting that space there. Hi, lovely. How's it going? How's your Monday? Okay. So now, why is the app not loading? Okay, so we should see that flip occurring, which is this slow merge of the items. But it's a very slow effect. So now what we're saying is we can add a duration to this as well. Duration 200. So now it'll be much quicker. So now everything feels a little bit snappier. So this is the list being rearranged. If you don't have this in here, so we'll cut it back out, and then we click. You just get this snap at the end for the order to rearrange. It was all right. Good. We're just playing around with some animations and transitions in Sveltekit. Just having a look at. We're probably going to be finishing the tutorial bits here. And then we're going to do a quick break, and then we're going to do some pixel art after that. So probably next 10 minutes or so, I think. Although actually we might be here already. First, last, invert, play. And we can click on this. Why can we click on this? Aero twist. It's these guys again. GSAP. That's cool. Long enough to finish your dinner. Good to hear. Right. Duration can also be a d milliseconds function, where d is the number of pixels the element has to travel. Okay. Oh, and they're done by CSS. Nice. And then actions. Actions, something we want to have a look at. Actions are essentially element level lifecycle functions. They're useful for things like interacting with third-party libraries, lazy loaded imaging, tooltips, adding custom event handlers. We want to make the orange modal close when the user clicks outside of it. It has an event handler for the out-click event, but this isn't a native DOM event. We would just fetch it ourselves. First, import the click outside function. So we're going to import this. Okay, this is something we're probably not going to look into today. So, quick summary. mostly what we're looking at today was motion, transitions, and animations. So motion being the like easing of value changes. So giving us this like smooth change of state, whereas previously it's just like blocky, immediate, no change, no animation. So that's what our tweening value gave us. Then we looked at springs, which gives a little bit more control over what's happening. So having the dot follow us around here gave us the additional parameters of stiffness and damping, right? Because the values are constantly changing in this case. Okay, transitions gave us the fading in and out, so we can do this standard transition, but we can also add parameters to do we can also add parameters to some transitions. So for example, this fly transition, we have a difference of Y for the in and out and a duration on it. But because we've got the same transition in and out, we can also see it's reversible, so that if we change state mid transition, can you do some of this as well? What do you mean by that? As in, you want to see examples of it happening? These are the ones we've gone through so far in the stream. That's what you're asking about. So this is showing us that we have instead of using transition, you can use in and out separate transitions if you want different effects for when the element is drawn in and when the element is removed. So this one, we've got the fade on the way out and the fly in on the way in. And then we looked at the craziness that you can add in for custom CSS functions on your own transitions, which you can do lots of different effects, which are quite cool. Oh yeah, if you want to try these, I'll send this in the chat. So this is the tutorial we've been following along, which is the new. It's in beta at the moment, so there's still stuff that they're working out, but it's mostly there. This is stuff for Sveltekit in particular. The old Svelte tutorial is this one. Here. So this one has been around for a little while. There's a few things that need updating, I think, from this. But you could probably look at animations and transitions and stuff here. It's mostly going to be the same. So like here. It was just a different setup. So it's still the same example. But this is the new one that we're looking at going through. Nice. Well, there's a lot here to cover. I think if you want to run through all 4 parts, it's probably like 4 or 5 days worth of playing around with. We've been doing what, 2.5 hours to go through these 3 sections, and then there's all these other ones as well. So there's a lot here. It's a really good example and tutorial of how to learn Sveltekit. But yeah, it's very in depth. I think a lot of people would prefer it to the little introduction bit and then go off and try and do your own stuff. And when you want to come back and try things out, find the relevant bit in here. Might be a good way to do it. So we jumped into custom transitions, which showed us these examples of like setting up a full function that we can completely customize with CSS values. And then we looked at a JavaScript transition, which we could do for our typewriter effect that we saw. So when we bring the text in here, so when this p tag is drawn onto the screen, we're using the transition, the typewriter transition, which puts out letter by letter. It's quite cool. And then we found out that you have intro and outro, start and end events for the transitions. So we can see the status we can update as the transitions occur. No worries. Local just tells it not to do it. Parent elements only for the individual elements. And then key blocks was telling it to redraw an element and reapply the transition in cases where content changes, but the element stays on the page. And then deferred transitions, it got quite complicated around here. So this was telling us ways to match an outgoing transition to an incoming transition for a different element. So when we move our element across to another section, rather than it just the new element appearing here and the old element disappearing here, we're telling it transition this one out from where it is and show it up where the new one's going to be, and it manages all the interplay in between, which is very cool for like user journey kind of stuff. And then we looked at the animation stuff. So this is as the item moves, rather than it just jarring straight back up, this is telling this is applying a motion to things that weren't affected by the transition. So now when we change it, the rest of the labels are moved up in their own animation rather than just like jarringly like they were before. Cool. Right, I need a little break from that. There's a lot of complicated stuff that goes on in the background, and it doesn't help that we've skipped out. I think the important bits here would be the bindings and the events and the lifecycle stuff. There's a lot here in probably these 4 sections that I need to read in more detail, but I don't need at the moment. So that's why I've skipped them and went straight to transition stuff. But yeah, really good course. What I'm going to do now is... what do we want to do? I can do a little break, but I just want to set up something else. Let's leave... We'll leave some Gartic or something on screen. Let's do... Just because if I do like a little 10-minute break or 5-minute break, I want to give you guys something to do while I'm away. If you want to play. So where's our... Let's do Gartic. And let's just make sure that this is correct as well. just got a little thing to edit there. That looks good. Right. So we'll do a little break here. The way that Gartic works is basically, I think this is tied to Twitch chat though. So Lovely, I'm not sure if your words will be counted unless you pop over to the Twitch side. But basically, words come up here, and as the drawings are done, you can guess what the drawings are pictures of. So maybe there's a house there. No. Maybe a thumb. No. Have we got a wallet? I just want to see if it's accepting the inputs. Money? Cake? Okay, right. There should be. Do you want to try guessing a word and see if it goes through? Because it might work. Like what's in? Yeah, I don't know what that picture's of, the hand one. Maybe try mousetrap for the middle left. I think that's a mousetrap. And we'll see, because I know that text gets put across into Twitch chat and vice versa. Actually, yeah, that'll be a test. Let's see, if I send this to YouTube, maybe turkey or chicken or scooter. One of these has got to be a right word. Let's try it in Twitch chat. Scooter. Maybe it doesn't transfer over. Oh, it doesn't send my comments across anyway, so that's not going to help. Right, we'll try one more actually, and let's see, because it'd be really good if it does transfer the words over. But how do we test this? I know how I can test it. I can just pull up a different user. We'll give this a little try. I guess you don't have a Twitch account then. Lovely. No, that's not going to work. Yeah, that should be. So this should be on this account. This account. So, Did that work? We'll try one more round. I think it might not transmit across, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries. Let's see if we can get one word at least. See if that transfers across. So, because we're going to have to get something correct on one side. So cake goes there. Oh, but wait, that still comes from Lombi GG. Oh no, because I typed it in the wrong side, that's why. So maybe shoe? And then, because that didn't work, if we type shoe here. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't transfer across. I need to write my own Twitch bot or something like that to do this. So yeah, if you want to play along from YouTube, you're going to have to go across to Twitch and join in there. But I'm just going to leave this running for a little bit. We'll be back in a few minutes. Let me put on... where's our games on stream? Do we have a timer on this page? Doesn't look like it. Let's copy this timer. And we'll put it on somewhere here. And we'll set it to... let's say... what are we? 360, 420... Let's try that. Okay, back in about 7 minutes. And it should rotate through new games every 20 seconds or so, well, every 30 seconds or so it looks like. Cool. Back in a sec. Right, we are back. It's cool seeing the pictures. Yeah, sorry. I'll try and figure out a way for YouTube interaction next time. But what we're going to do now is hop over to some more pixel art stuff. And I guess what we need to do... So we've got our 6 that we've done so far for Pokemon. I think we'll probably do another Pokemon variation. So I think that's what we're going to do next. Now, what groups have we got here? We've got this. This is the finalized sprite. That's Blastoise, Venusaur, Charizard, Umbreon, Jolteon. What's this group here? That's Jolteon stuff, which is also this group here. Let's combine these two. So we're just going to move those all into here, and then we can hide those. and that gets rid of that one. And then in our group 1, we've got our various Pokemon here. Right, so far in our Pokemon randomizer, we've both had a Charizard and a Blastoise as our favorites picked. So it would be quite nice actually to swap these out for new Pokemon. And I'd rather have in my favorites sprites that I've done. So maybe we could have Jolteon or Umbreon or Gengar as one of our favorites. And that could be an idea. Or we can have a little look at what Pokemon did we have shortlisted. Some of these that are decent setup ones. Right, so we want a random Pokemon generator. Let's go for that. Don't include legendaries. Don't include not fully evolved. And don't allow extra forms. Let's see. Wait, how do we do... I want to include up to Hoenn, maybe? Oh, it's only... Okay, let's just do Kanto ones for the moment. And we've got a list already, so... random wheel. Oh, it's already got some of my old stuff in here. So Jolteon was selected and done. These are all okay, actually. We don't need to add more to this. Unless anyone in chat has any favourites they want to add as well. If you've got any Pokemon that you particularly like, let me know. If not, then we'll spin this and we'll do a sprite based on what we get here. And then what we're going to have to do, we'll do a little bit of research into finding the sprite. And then we'll start a new... what sizes do we want? We want a new canvas. And we want it to be roughly 64 by 64. And then we might have to make it slightly bigger or slightly smaller depending on what sprite we're drawing. Okay, let's pick a random one out of these then. Some of these we could run as favourites, some of them not too fussed by. And actually, let's pick some of our own favourites as well. Pokemon Gen 1. Let's see, what would we pick as a favourite? I used to go for Nidoking a lot, but I think Ground Poison has a lot of weaknesses. Ironmon type calculator. So ground, where's ground? Ground here, poison. Not too bad. Doesn't it matter which way around? It shouldn't do. There's 4 things super effective against us. Like, take for example, okay, let's copy this, and we'll just dump it in here for the moment. So this is Nidoking, and then we were running with Fire Flying. With Charizard. So let's see how those compare. So based on that setup, yeah, 4 times damage from Rock is nasty. But there's only 2 types that are super effective. Groundwater, Psychic, Ice. There's quite a few options. We're immune to electric. Can poison Pokemon be poisoned in Fire Red? Fire Red. Ooh. Fire Red. Poison. Can be poisoned. So often caused by poison type moves. Poison and steel type Pokemon are normally immune to being poisoned. What does it mean by normally immune? Well, steel type Pokemon cannot be poisoned by poison type moves. They can be poisoned by a Twin Needle. Does it say here? Okay. Can Nidoking be poisoned? Does it tell us somewhere here? And let's see what's its BST. 505 is pretty decent. I think we've got to have Nidoking as one of our favourites. Just because I always used to have him in my team. I think this may be a good idea to include. Let's see if we look for Charizard. I just want to check some stats around this as well. Where's the type stuff? Game data. Type effectiveness. Oh, it just says 4 times it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's include Nidoking in our wheel. Where's our wheel of names? And who else do we want to include? Did we used to run Farplume? I really can't remember the Pokemon I used to play. Let's also, while we're doing this, we need to update what we're doing. Current activity. Pokemon sprites. Let's move that down here so we can see what it says. And I suppose also on Twitch we should probably update our category. This is going to be Pokemon pixel art. And I guess we're in the art category now. So that should update. I don't think it'll update on YouTube, but that's okay. We can leave it as is. Yeah, it would be good. I think it'd be good to have a look at our BST list as well. So some of these stronger ones, we've got to go down to 600 at most. And we're not including the legendary Pokemon here. And stuff from Gen 3 down only. Arcanine, maybe. Did we ever used to use him? I don't think so. Gyarados we used a lot. Kingdra's new, so we wouldn't have had him. Only really had Gen 1 stuff. Lapras is quite cool. Actually, Lapras was normally in our team as well because of Surf and because you always got it every run. Venusaur. Cloyster I used to run a lot as well. And actually Venonat we did. Which evolution? Our evolution depended on which starter we had normally when I was running. Different playthroughs. Executor we played a few times. No, I didn't do Tentacruel, Aerodactyl. Steelix Weevil, no. Ninetales maybe sometimes. Machamp very rarely. Rapidash was normally later in the game. Didn't really have that. Gengar we did use quite a lot. Pinsir, Ampharos, no. None of these. Come on, some more Gen 1 ones. Nidoking we've got. Oh, Nidoking's 495. Okay. Magmar, Omastar. Omastar maybe. Let's have a look at that. Alakazam. Alakazam I think you had to trade to get, so I don't know if we used it that much. Golem we used to run a lot, but Golem's not great for this, for Kaizo. Probably Valve Bloom, actually. Qigong we did. Raichu maybe. Okay, we'll have a look at a couple more. And then we'll start narrowing down. Pidgeot, I suppose we did as well. Just because it was Pidgey from the start, so it's not really a favourite though. We just happened to run it. Yeah, maybe Venomoth. Right, what have we got on our list so far? Raichu's already there. Victreebel. Let's take Victreebel off of that. Actually, no, we'll leave it there. Venonat. Put you across the side like this. Arcanine, did we used to run? I feel like you had to have a Firestone to evolve it, right? Yeah, Firestone. I don't think we used to run it. Lapras, I think we did. So let's add Lapras in. Cloyster, not on the list yet. No. Executor. Put him in. Executor. Omastar is rock water. What's rock water like? Let's have a quick look at the... No, type... Okay, so it's what I want to get. So, rock and water. 4 times from grass. Not the best. We didn't really run in that much. It's worth taking on. Yeah, trading. I don't think we ran him that much, unfortunately. Although we ran Golem quite a lot, so we must have done like self-trading stuff. What's rock ground like? That must be horrible. 4 times from water and grass. That, ugh. There's a lot of weakness there. I don't think we want to attempt to run Golem. Vileplume, grass, poison. Could be okay. Shouldn't be able to be poisoned, so that's quite nice. Let's add him into the list. Vileplume. And... Dugong. Water, ice. What's that setup like? Not great, but we'll add him in. And finally, Venomoth. Bug poison. I feel like that's got some horrible weaknesses. You know what? Not too bad, actually. Okay. Right, let's just check there's no duplicates here. So we saw... Yeah, no duplicates I can see there. So let's shuffle them around a few times. Hmm. Okay, right. Let's see what Pokemon we get for our next drawing. Snorlax. Okay, Snorlax. Time for some references. So we're going to go over here somewhere. Let's find some Snorlax reference images. Snorlax. Let's just look fan art. So to stick with the theme of the rest of our images, we want to look for something that's kind of aggressive. I think this image looks quite good. That's an interesting one. Realistic Snorlax, maybe. So we're looking for reference images now. Realistic. I guess kind of like a bear. Let's have a look at some of these. Oh no, open image in new tab. Right, let's put our Snorlax images together. I think this is a big image. It's going to be a bit too... Oh, didn't mean that. Put them all together. Not going to bother with that one. That's the same one. Right, let's see if anyone's done any pixel art stuff. Mostly very similar to the standard artwork. So let's get these couple. I mean, we all know what Snorlax looks like. And then I think we want some bear references. Just as something to combine in. Big bears. Let's do fierce bear. Grizzly is a good idea. Angry. Kind of want the full bear image. This is quite cool. Let's get this one. Maybe this one. This one's quite cool. How about a fat bear? It's not really intimidating. I want a lot of these sprites to be quite intimidating. So I'm going to add this in. Oh, didn't mean that. Not replacing. So we'll put our like lazy sprites over here. And the more cartoony stuff. And then we'll put our more realistic images on the right here. Cool, okay, we've got some sprites here. I like this kind of pose. And I also like this layout. This guy here. So maybe we'll be looking at those as our inspiration. So Snorlax is no longer in the list for later on. I'm surprised it saves it for so long. I'm quite pleased with that. Right, okay. How do we want to... It's been a while since I've done some pixel art bits. So let's have a think what we're going to do. We're probably going to do... Let's set a time limit on this of 45-ish minutes. So 8:30, we're probably going to be wrapping up. I do like this pose as well. Right, so we're going to have... How are we going to do this? We're going to start with... main bulk of the body is pretty much just going to be a big round shape. Probably get a lot bigger on our brush size for the moment. So let's say this is the body layer. We're going to have what pose can it be in? Like, you could do something like this. I kind of want to have the whole sprite in view. Just have like an arm. This might be a slightly wider canvas actually. So let's do like 76. So that gives us the extra space needed. I think at the moment we want to mirror everything, which I think we can do somewhere here. Sprite, flip, rotate canvas, flip canvas, horizontal. There we go. Could do. I'm tempted to do this like standing up pose. Wait, are they on the same layer? They shouldn't be on the same. I think I did that on the wrong layer. Yeah, I did. It's annoying. Right, let's do something like that. We'll get this layer. Oh, no, let's get all of it. And we'll rotate it around a little bit. And maybe... I think we need the body to be longer, so it's not so turtley. And the way it's giving me turtle vibes. It's probably the colour. And it might be a little bit of the shape actually. Ah, not this song. Is it this song? Yeah. I don't know, it's that trumpet I just don't like. Let's skip. Right, what do we want to start with here? It's a bit of like a sumo wrestler pose, to be honest. I think really standing up a bit more is going to be better for this. Shift W. Right, the body's going to be above this foot and this arm, whichever one this is. So currently working on Snorlax. Right, what are we going to start with? Body shape, maybe? Let's start on the head, I think. That's going to be the easiest. So, one of these kind of head shapes. I do quite like this. I think that's going to be very tricky to do. I'm just going to name all of our layers just so it's a bit easier to figure out what's what. So how we want it wide and then more angled. Helps if we're on the right layer. And we're just going to do it in this green for the moment, but we will vary it after. It's quite flat top. It's a weird structure here. It's kind of like a scream face. Like the eyes and the long mouth. And then two little layers. You know what this reminds me of actually? Is the dead bears in Game of Thrones. Zombie bear. Do we want to use any of these? Not especially. Maybe this one. And then the other thing is annihilation. Annihilation. Bear. Because this thing was terrifying. And really, it's just a bear without, with just the skull, isn't it? Right, copy this image. Could give him. I mean, he clearly has like quite a flat face, but see, like, in this image, the mouth like almost goes all the way up to like here. So you had like the nose up here. A bit more front on. So what I tend to do is use the wrong colours to start with. Just for, hopefully for like more help on the shape. Right, maybe we need some teeth in here. These feel like they feel a bit too set back now. This isn't giving the highlight effect that I wanted, so I'm just going to get rid of it for the moment. I think the nose can come down to like here. And then the eye's got to come across. Probably more here as the center. I mean, this looks horrific. I feel like I do want it more head on though. I think we want to bring this in a little bit, to be honest. Right, can we put a darker colour in here as well? Or is this not going to look right? Maybe. Not too sure about that. No, don't like that. I think it's the colour choices, but that'll be alright. Quite liking this actually. It's horrific, but like in a good way, I think. think around the mouth I want a slightly different colour as well. What if we give it like a black outline here? That might be alright actually. I think this purple needs to go darker though. No, not like that. No. DF. No. DG. Why is this not working? G for fill. Maybe something like that for the moment. I'm not sure about this highlight at the top here as well. I think the ear is going to be darker, isn't it? On the underside. With like a hint of brightness above. Something like that. It's going to need some work, but that's a decent start. Got so much for my time limit. Almost there already. Right, start on the body maybe? Or... Maybe some of the arms. We don't know what to do with this shape here. Oop. Like, I think the arm just needs to be massive. Like almost this might even come down to like here. I think that's it. That's what needs to happen. There needs to be huge, long arms. Like almost a mix between like a bear and a gorilla. We're probably looking at like silverback here. Silverback territory at least. This is looking a little bit better. I think if we colour these in different colours, so we can see a little bit more contrast here. So maybe do this leg. Just with, shading's going to be difficult because of this colour. Let's give this this colour for the moment. Not that colour. Darker? Yeah, that's alright. Got like big foot pads. I almost want something like that, I think. It's going to be weird shape, I think. Don't want to have some creasing. Almost like an elephant's leg, actually. Let's look at this. We've got like big spiked toes. Big like claws. I hate drawing claws. I always find it so difficult to get like sharpness implied. Maybe it's just a case of bringing this across a bit more. It's not bad. So we can quickly do the other leg to be similar. Let's have less light on this as well. Right, quick look at this one. I'm gonna try for roughly the same shape. But this one in general is just going to be darker, so maybe it starts off this colour with a little bit of highlight on the back of the leg, like here. And maybe a little bit here. Right, I think what we're going to do is probably wrap up here. Just a few more little pieces around here. And then can we get a darker line in here? Maybe one of these? No? That might work. Right, not too bad actually. Just make sure these are the right colours. Not a bad start. I think we're going to continue on that a bit tomorrow maybe. We'll see how that all works out. I kind of want to make a few more edits, but can't stream for too much longer today. We're gonna leave that for the moment. He's getting there. Got to make a way to make it obvious that it's Snorlax. But we're gonna save that before I forget about it. Finished. It's not finished yet, but we can save it in here. Yeah. Snorlax. Okay. Right. I think with that, we're gonna wrap up. Let me get everything sorted. Don't need that. Don't need that. So yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks everyone who's chilled out with me today. I hope it's been interesting looking at Sveltekit and then some pixel art stuff. Yeah, thanks for anyone who's been lurking. And thanks for the chats from Probably in Bed and Lovely. Hope it's been interesting. Gonna continue probably with a bit more Sveltekit tomorrow and then probably some more pixel art stuff. I need to get onto pixel art animations at some point soon as well, because I think that's really going to elevate some of these images. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good week and catch you next time. Cheers, bye.